And we are back. Welcome in, folks. It's time for more of the Great Ace Attorney adventures. Alright, we left off kind of in the middle of things last time, but this seemed like the best place we were likely to get to stop for a while. So let's do a quick recap. Basically, what this boils down to is that we are trying to establish why a couple of pieces of evidence are important. We're defending Miss Gina Lestrade. Ashley Graydon here is the real killer. And I can't remember if these two are still on the stand or not. Herlock Sholmes was shot. And the police are covering something up, probably relating to the leaks of national secrets that are mentioned in this paper. Also, we're probably about to have Gina admit to having committed perjury in the McGilded trial. Anyway, let's see if my voices are better today than they were yesterday. Because yesterday I was struggling. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more.
Welcome to the stream, Brittle.
A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Oh, welcome to the stream, Rafkin. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved, even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important.
But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbour secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop round about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then, there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched
everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Narada.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Narada.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Why has the other guy turned around? Alright, let's see where this takes us.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Why are those two whispering? Like, I get why he would be trying to avoid interacting with the trial, but why would Gregson be going along with it? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what you told me I had to say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. Well, I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cover lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen and heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
She heard a scream. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right.
They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGildy got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where? Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two calves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in that trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I didn't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street.
Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bug trotter called to me and he told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Say nothing to no one about what I'd seen and threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop, and to make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if you didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in luck, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. Welcome to the stream, B. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, off of that he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runa. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial is over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. Suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. So I've already pressed her on every statement. Do I have to do it again? Brickmaker was in the cabin the whole time. I wonder if this is where this is going to come in. Huh. I saw the disc on the floor. I'm going to try something. I have an idea. When McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout... Does the other ticket apply here? No.
Hold it!
Okay, let's smash...
Hold it!
I wonder if I just need to pursue...
Excuse me.
Ah, so I just need to pursue literally at any time. Inspector. Oh wait, so is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon.
What? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
Heart attack. You two have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine.
They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over a price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the with the ticket. I mean, the cop died right after his trial, I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord, the evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
A mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle.
To be continued.
The Trial Part 4.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago, and on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. It plays the music disc.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Winterbank's at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Wait, my lord.
Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
Music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the room with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what's happened.
The prosecution has no objection.
But no! Hang on.
But no, that piece of evidence is police property now, you can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc.
You might want to take the sticker off. Oh, well, I guess it's not on the side that plays things. Sorry, I just felt like I should turn it up for y'all. Alright. It's not music, which means it's probably some sort of code. I mean, it could be Morse code. It could be a telegraph, in essence. But I can't be sure.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Mr. Graydon, this really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It can't, can it?
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Now, are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on.
Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the box possibly be a new clue? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Oh lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound. It's as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not.
I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are, to enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Well,
surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Well, I'd love to do the same, but it hasn't been added to the court record yet. Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what the sounds are? Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yep, it's Morse code. It's a telegraph. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. And all the dashes too. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... I think it's gotta be the paper. I should save before I answer this. Like, it's the only piece of evidence that could possibly explain it.
Take that!
Today's paper, counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pigpurse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams?
Of course.
Drawer number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, Mesa? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports?
Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is very important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. Oh, welcome to the stream, Lastborn. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? What? I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Order, order. Please, everyone, order. But this is...
Thank you for the hydrate, Lastborn.
This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment?
Sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. Again, just a reminder, that particular juror is a Russian terrorist. Anyway.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank, that being a most flagitious offence for which the law of the land sanctions capital punishment, but the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may.
Gregson, get out of here. Oh, it's those two. You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We've got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Alright, well, Gina is officially off the stand. And the fact that she's going to be instrumental in uncovering a literal treason might just get the punishment for her perjury lightened. Graydon's counter.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Well, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime, that on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov. We did.
I love Naruhodo's posture there, because he was just so very done with everything happening here.
Quiet down now, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Small music box only appears to be able to play a single note, was deposited at Windibanks 2 days before the black overcoat. Well, time to take a look at that now. Ooh, hello. See how the Form McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. And now to discover all its secrets. Press the button. Oh. What is it, Runa? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play on the back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Interesting. So we only have half the code. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The cone's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single note, like the other one? Yes, it must do, except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single note produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two notes. Alright, well, I think we may have found the secret of the music box. Why do I get the feeling that it's going to get to the point where we have to switch this music box disc to the other side of the box? I think the important thing is that the sounds produced by it aren't Morse code, according to him. Oh, I didn't mean to press A through it. If only there was some link between the two men. Anyway, let's talk Morse code. They're not?
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Dude, like, there are a lot of subjects in the world. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct notes. Tones, you say. Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No.
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future.
No, I don't think I will.
Stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Harris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. There'd still be something I haven't considered. Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? I think right now it's still impossible. The defense will concede that the music box is irrelevant for the time being.
For the time being, such optimism. Too debonair to admit defeat, are we?
Those gesticulations are really starting to grate. It can't be Morse code unless it has two distinct tones. Alright, I don't think that we're actually going to get much out of this communication.
Hold it!
But we'll press on the second statement as well. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed.
There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes of all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to a meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Unfortunately, we still haven't proven that it's secret government information.
Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's right, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years. But the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash.
So he knows them. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? It's going to address the wrong one. No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together the way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
Well, he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always was coming up with smart ideas, like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run? That was a corker, eh?
Oh my, the Cockney slang. Oh, it is... I'm just gonna say it. No one has butchered the English language more thoroughly than the English.
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, a geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Except shot a guy.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. My lord?
Yes, counsel?
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going on back when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? I want to know more about the name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
Hang on. Wait. Mason Milverton. And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out. That's... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I think it was... I don't...
Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because well... It weren't the happiest homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not. This is all Buncombe. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
The testimony of those two thieves is about the only thing the court has against my client, so yes, we're relying on the testimony of these two thieves.
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
It would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes.
So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. And I know exactly how. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibank's. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. Wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Anyway, time to bring in our evidence. Because right here it says that the name of the victim was Mason Milverton.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason the brickmaker.
That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Why are you pointing at Lord Van Zeeks?
This is slander. I carved a new life for myself as a respectable communications officer, as a gentleman. I have no idea what my father has been up to, but it has nothing to do with me.
And may I remind the court that the assertion that this disc contains some sort of message in Morse code has been reliably disproven by a professional and independent communications officer, no less.
The relationship between the victim of the omnibus case and this witness is undoubtedly significant. However, the defense's argument remains somewhat incomplete, I fear. Now, I believe the cross-examination should continue.
Alright, so Morse code uses 2 tones. I could just demonstrate the possibility that this could have been used to generate 2 distinct tones. Okay. Perhaps we should have a really good look over the music box, Runo.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Okay, we gotta mash through this a sec. Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Great, now we've got to mash through it again. Yeah, nothing is safe. Nothing is sacred anymore. To be fair, it's not really a music box. It doesn't make music.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What?
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens.
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
What's the deal with McGilded Vensar and the brickmaker met his end?
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there.
But that attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
Was rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What? Ah,
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? And all of his gesticulating tore open his stitches.
he's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
It's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact.
Which is?
Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness.
I mean, more importantly than that, the gun that they found in our client's hand was not the weapon used to murder Mr. McGilded, or Mr. Windibank. And that right there is enough to establish that Gina is innocent. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you. Why is he pointing at Van Zeeks? Hi, Gregson. Oh, I really thought it was Gregson who was going to interrupt.
Ha 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 ha. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station.
But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
A possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What?
Oh, are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You... what?
Order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes.
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully. But I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
The moment of the shooting.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as if he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit.
So I think I already see where this is going to come to a head. Eventually it's going to come to the point of the blood samples, and it's going to be highlighted that there is in fact blood all over Gina's coat. But in this situation, unlike the last one, we can confidently prove that the blood... We can confidently prove what we want about the blood. Previously, the prosecution argued that we couldn't reasonably claim that just because these two bloods both came up green, they belonged to the same person. They claimed, I think it was, that... Well, they challenged us to prove that no two people would have the same color of blood. Which, you know, reasonable argument, honestly. However, it's a far simpler thing to establish that blood that tests two different colors has to come from two different people. And the blood on Gina's coat is from Mason Milverton. which is different in color to the blood that comes from Pop Windibank. So eventually, we're going to examine the blood on her coat and prove it. That's how I think it's going to go down.
So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
The truth?
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, I'm sorry about that. You know how it is. Sometimes you have to make a deal with a high criminal and obviously get him off the hook for treason. And murder, come to think of it now. Well, you see, I had to keep stuff from you, sir, so... Man would get off. He paid me 10 guineas too, as a matter of fact, but I wasn't going to mention that either. I don't know what I've just done. I really don't know what to say here, Lord Van Zeeks. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood spattered over the accused coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. It's all over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible. Possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel.
Yes, my lord?
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker... Threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
Through the peephole in the door. You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
What about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom doors are solid job, made out of stout wood. Well, there's a small opening in about head height that lets you see what's in there, what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then what did you say next?
I want to test something here. This is a long shot. Well, what if I present the evidence that contradicts the claim that a peephole exists? That is, this picture, where there is no such peephole, even though it's there in the next one. I think this is wrong, to be clear, but I kind of want to present it just to test.
Objection!
Yep. No, the music is wrong. Or the music says I'm wrong.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
But no other gun was found at the scene. There's a more important issue than that. If she had her own gun, why would she have been pointing some other gun? Why would she have been pointing Mr. Windibank's gun at him?
Ha 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 ha. Calm yourself, Counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
Chilling him.
A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
Like, the claim of a blood spatter is also questionable. Like, this contradicts every piece of evidence. If he was shot from the back, there would be evidence as to the blood spatter. Like, there would be blood spattered elsewhere, not just on her. And there was none. All over her?
Yes, through the people I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. It's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Once again, I'm going to present something that is probably wrong, but I want to do it. He claims blood spatter. I claim that's impossible from this piece of evidence. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room.
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Wait, is it going to get entered into evidence?
Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up?
We made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough. Oh.
Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You're like a bullet a gate, aren't you? Aren't you? But I admit to nothing of the sort.
Detective? I'm pretty sure that's not appropriate courtroom behavior.
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Something's wrong. Something wrong, sunshine.
That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin?
Blimey, he's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door.
I'm sorry about that.
I'm sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes, not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Runa? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this man, and quickly, too. Because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing... It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you had genuinely seen it happen. But we know Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that, I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the blood stain on Gina's coat. The only thing I have left to press on. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe?
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when suddenly he appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mob men and burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The Barocco went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. Pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Thank you for the hydrate, lastborn. We gotta try and pin down the... contradiction here. So I've already tested a couple of things. I've already tried presenting that there was no peephole, at least at first. And we already tried claiming that there was no blood spatter. Shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. The thing is, I'm tempted to press on this again and see if there was something I missed in that side interaction. But first, let's save. I want to try and present the picture here as well. Because if he was trying to flee to safety, I could see that being a contradiction with this, since he was facing away from the door. And with this, as there was nowhere to flee.
Objection!
Nope, not that one.
Objection!
Not that one. Sharp pain in my arm.
Objection!
I'm just going to try pressing on the last statement again and see if there was something that I missed. Can't even show the court such a disc exists, can you?
After all, you can't even show the court such a disc exists, can you?
As expected, he won't admit to anything unless I can thrust the evidence in his face.
It's not as easy as you thought, is it, to pin a crime on this lapel? It won't stick, not murder, not treason.
Maybe not right now, but you won't be sniggering like that forever. It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very blah blah blah. I am a little bit puzzled here. Felt a sharp pain in my arm. Pursued the man. See him through the peephole. The accused shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Victim, murdered in the storeroom, shows a single wound to the back.
Objection!
Okay, let's button mash through pressing on all of his comments again. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Oh, did I not press on this one?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scampered for that door out back. At which point, what did you do? My lord? Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
I mean, I can see two ways this could go. Either this is about to turn into another summation examination, as the jury immediately declare her guilty on account of her jacket having blood on it, or this is going to pick up after the examination of the coat returns some new evidence.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of a splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me.
Why is the coat itself not being entered into evidence?
See, what did I tell you?
Objection.
No. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned yourself in this country.
But that was...
I call Bobby disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But, we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Pirotsky to starving boy. He ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Hello? Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now? Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
It's another summation examination.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. At least he doesn't rail against our right to the summation examination at this point. It's progress, you know? I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how's it all unraveling on me so fast? Objection. How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Hi, Mr. Sholmes. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes.
What is the meaning of this? Order.
What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were cooperating in hospital. As I well would be had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go on wasting any more precious time.
That is not what he was going to say. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Oh, Gregson is proving to be a proper villain in this case, sadly.
Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. I'm actually still bleeding. I ripped open the stitches while I was making my way over here. While I accosted the bailiff who was sent to retrieve the coat. I mean, honestly, I'm at death's door. And I just wanted to say goodbye, really. You'll look after Iris, won't you? Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender for a cheeky wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you're wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Ah. That's how the Susato made the door in... Susato made the cat flap in the door. Why, though? Meow. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the Cat Flap-O-Mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Hang on. There's a smudge on my screen. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night, but why? Cat flap-o-mat has been added to the court record. A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely.
Your 5 minutes is over, and your ally is looking deathly pale. He would look no more pale had I sucked the blood from his neck myself.
Hearsay and hearsay. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I shall now perish, as is only natural for someone who has participated in a trial against you.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness.
What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. The judge only temporarily suspended that cross-examination.
My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then? If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence.
If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord.
Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I've lost a great deal of blood, and frankly, several of my organs were already in pieces. I have no idea how I survived the operation of that juror. He, frankly, is unknowably incompetent. I'm fairly certain he used fishhooks instead of stitches. I leave this in your capable hands. Thud. Mr. Sholmes, can we... I was going to say, can we get a doctor in here, but the closest one is juror number 4, and I don't want him operating on Mr. Sholmes again.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in such a state of high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling, or perhaps both.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Take the man's medical license away? Fair.
Well then, Counselor, you're fully prepared.
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris, or Susato-san. I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume your cross-examination.
Moment of the shooting again. It's either this one or the last statement. Like, it's one of the ones that involves the peephole. I'm going to present on the first one.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat Flappamat, my lord. Makes a way for cats to get in and out of the room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open their door. Open the main door.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
Oh, I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes, how could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. This is getting far too cryptic.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. Also, I had no knowledge of it, and she's already left the country. Good luck pressing charges. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes, by the fact that there was a distinct lack of a hole.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Ah. Order. Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. Proceeds to put a hole in the wall of the courtroom to demonstrate.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. Oh, her execution was even better than I expected. Well?
Ah, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. Oh, but there's something better. We have evidence that the peephole in the door was not there until after the well, it was not there minutes before the incident.
Well,
Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
what is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Not that we would believe her anyway if she was here. We have a habit of believing no one except the murderers who are trying to frame others for their actions. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
Okay, now can I present evidence?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. I think what she meant when she said that she was a failure is that she had the information that would solve this case, and yet she was deciding to abandon the case to go back and check on her father. That's what she considered her failing.
Oh well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Windibank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
This, I'm not even gonna bother saving, I'm right.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again.
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. He has also suffered from severe blood loss.
Order, order, order. I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly...
Oh Lord, there's more than this.
The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Oh, please. I don't believe this. They're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit, but you have proof that she isn't. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runa? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. I know what it is too, but let's give it a moment for the reveal.
What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the bloodstains on the coat. Bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right, the victim's blood is spattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously, aha! Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. Place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so we'd get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. Also, I'm going on a trip, I'm afraid, out of the country. You might not be able to get in touch with me for a while. Don't question the pile of hair that will be found at my place, or the red-haired eye. The half-empty bottle of red-haired eye that'll be under the sink. I promise you I'm not going on the lam and all that, and, you know, there's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector, and not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Oh, of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you have just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. The defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. I mean, I'm assuming it's Gregson, but
Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
the truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last 2 hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess.
while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means...
The first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed, following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Except they were chatting during Gina Lestrade's testimony. Ah! Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that?
Because you're actually the third Skulkin brother. Okay, that might actually be the reveal that's coming up, but also you're either involved with him on this or he's paying you off.
Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty.
I don't do that. No, you kinda do, but
with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present the evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon... Oh, give me a moment, Rafkin. There he is. Look at him. Oh, he's gone blurry. There he is. He got a heck of a beard on him, and he has a stick and a ball. And logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Grayson made with the witness?
So it's either going to be the music box or the music box disc. I don't know which it's going to be.
Take that!
I feel like either probably would have worked. Hang on, I'm going to check that. Does the music box work in response?
Take that!
Yes, it does. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at? What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice?
Out of the bleeding nor could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Oh! Oh! Order.
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is and McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So I hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QE, strictly hush-hush.
And to do so, you made a deal with a murderer and were planning to hang a girl for it.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely, I mean I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realised there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If
And I stress if this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
The defense demand that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord?
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Oh, I know what it is. Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water at this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough. I got nothing to hide. Very well, then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please.
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What? Yeah, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
So it's either that we have to search the brothers, or very possibly we have to search Miss Lestrade. But I'm thinking it has to be the brothers. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way. I'm still really grateful that for some reason I arbitrarily decided not to give her an English accent, because it would make it so much more difficult to do her voice along with all the others.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what now? Don't be icy, my lord. I mean,
I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at this moment. Oh, wait! He put it on the other guy when he was shaking him.
Counsel, of whom do you request this search now?
I'm sure I'm right, but I am saving first just to be safe. Nash Skulkin. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never. Eh? Me? Him? Oh well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard, asked to object to the search.
No, you have to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
Eh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
What, my Lord Van Zeeks?
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Ah. Bailiff, can carry out the search. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out.
And then we will have the disc.
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Oh lord, that's
another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
Alright, arrest the inspector. And Mr. Graydon. And the two brothers. That is the second music box disc left by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Order, Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall what unusual behavior. I mean, I realized that he took a stick and began to beat the man next to him senseless. The scars will never heal, I'm afraid. But...
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I wonder if I had just button mashed through that, do you think that I could have pressed on the thing again and gotten him to shake the dude again? I'm curious.
I admit to nothing of the sort.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did not. Thought me noggin was going to fall clean off, it did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother, I was.
What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That's what you said. Yelled it right down me ear, all he did. Me head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. And that was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
And bless my wig, he hid it. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
No, because then he would have had to say how he got it.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. However not. As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QE. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? During which he committed numerous crimes himself, without consulting a superior officer. As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm allowed to commit whatever crimes I want. This is only the 6th murder I've been involved in, to be honest, in the course of the investigation. 2 others have taken place today. I ducked out during the early stages of the hearing and offed a couple of people to calm my nerves. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. What does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? I mean, they're still going to deny it, but... Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. That is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about.
You... what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. That's the only reason I killed those 8 people. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and Country, I must say I sympathise with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop.
Detective has very much trusting eyes. More than this I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions no. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Ooh, this is tricky. Because I'm not sure what to present. Like, I've only used this once. Wait. I think this is it. I'll look through the rest of my evidence, but I think that's what I'm going to use. Today's paper. Hound of the Baskervilles. That's right, I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it. Oh, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something? Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos. I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. Okay, so that doesn't give me any insight. I still think this might be it. I think there might be something incriminating in this manuscript. Oh my gosh, I never turned on the fan. Hang on. Crime scene photograph won't do it. Floor plan won't do it. Windibank's gun won't do it. The Skulkin Brothers' gun would only do it if, you know, I could threaten him with it, and somehow I don't think that'll happen. Neither of the photos. Stereoscope doesn't have anything to add. The disc. Mr. Sholmes' pouch. I mean, that might do it, showing that his friend was almost killed in the process of this. The disc might do it if it forces us to try and play both discs. Same with the small music box. No, I think it has to be the manuscript. Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Eh? What's that, then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit he's clearly struck a deal with Graydon.
Take that!
What on earth is this, counsel?
Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Wait, am I wrong? Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Ugh. Okay, I was wrong. I was completely wrong. I mean, in that case, I think the only thing left to do is to present the music box. Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Lastborn. I want to try one more thing.
Take that!
Nope. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you I will admit to nothing.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit the deal he clearly struck on the stand.
Take that!
I wonder if that would have worked both ways. Hang on. We're going to load and check.
Take that!
Okay, it does work both ways.
Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, Counsel?
No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
I'm not a citizen of this country. I don't think that qualifies as treason. I think you have to be a citizen in order to commit treason. Otherwise, it's just conspiracy. Or perhaps terrorism or something. But anyway. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop it.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul.
No!
Oh well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution have been made clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set into operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, both discs playing simultaneously.
You'd think there would need to be some mark to show where it starts. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
Alright, I admit it, whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up.
Thank you, Inspector. You will be charges will be pressed against you for your conspiracy with a murderer. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
Like he had to have known at some point that the fact that Ashley Graydon had the disc to give him, that he was involved in the crime and quite possibly the culprit.
I did. Stop, what are you doing? Stop, what are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were studying in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up!
You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Our information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Hang on, but how did Inspector Gregson know about the bloodstains on the overcoat? They were practically invisible. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. Then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident had took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank.
You. Traitor!
You know what? Let him kill him. Wait, did he?
Bailiff, restrain that man at once!
That's it then. It's all over. But, like, did he just straight up snap the dude's neck? I despise my life growing.
I despised my life growing up. Those slums of vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
Then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilden.
You're a fiend with a square talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
How old is this guy again? 27.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man than the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man, but poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs.
Thereby splitting the information in two, you were taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs, and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay me 1,000 guineas.
So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
Well, that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with McGilded and not yourself?
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. I had no idea what was actually on the disc I had asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Are they trying to make me feel bad for this guy? Because again, he murdered a man in cold blood. And tried to frame a teenage girl for it. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge.
Revenge?
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that...
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
See, you can almost think that he did the right thing, except he wouldn't have had to do that had he not still been trying to cover up his own crimes. He was trying to get away with the things that he had done wrong while seeing someone else punished, and it's that imbalance that causes this issue. You can't expect other people to face the just desserts of their actions and expect you to get away scot-free with your own. If you expect others to take responsibility, you have to take it yourself. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man.
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? It is sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There was some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell Mr. McGilded he could examine the omnibus again.
That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A sponge-filling account indeed.
That wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Oh, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What a genius and little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery. Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded pawns, that he must have used her somehow. I don't feel like he would have known that he must have threatened her, but he would have known that he must have used her. So I'm rewriting the script. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibank's to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box and the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of the fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that Mr. McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. I honestly thought your neck had been snapped. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place like that same night, with the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately I had decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. I feel like this explanation is going on longer than it really needs to, like we do get the idea. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Never mind that it was at least the second person that I had personally killed. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibank's that wretched night. Can we get the jury to declare my client not guilty this time around, instead of just having the judge step in and do it? I want to hear them admit it. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What a tragic irony, you filthy hypocrite. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Can we go watch the hanging?
This has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. I will also be put in chains shortly, but I expect they'll let me go with a slap on the wrist. I mean, I only killed 15 people. It was in the line of duty. It was for justice, mind you. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garadab Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Ah, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. I mean, in the end, I thought they might just find Gina guilty for kicks. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, huh? 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... Isn't that... If I may say something on that point... Isn't that... It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. I'm guessing that we had the discs in the wrong slots. I think we might have had the dots where the dashes were supposed to be.
Goodness, ma'am, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Oh, you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired through Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord?
That which you see here today in this courtroom has been... That which you have seen here today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. Well look, I reckon I've worked something out today. Well, it ain't fair, but if you wanted to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Oh, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Sheena Lestrade,
Not guilty. And yes, I do realize that this stream has gone well over when I planned it to end, but obviously we couldn't stop. Obviously we couldn't stop an hour ago. Like, it would have been such a poor place to stop.
that is all. Court is adjourned.
Oh, and now we get a sword fight with Lord Van Zeeks. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. No, I took this case for one very simple reason. To crush you and then suck out your blood. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. And now, at the end of the first game, we are probably finally getting the first hint at what Kazuma was really coming here to do. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright then. I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. How many of those glasses do you have? And, like, how much of your hand can be left with the amount of glass
that is surely stabbed into it at all times. April 17th, 5:24 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Well, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Oh, I thought he was asking what's odd about his name. No one ever has before, you see. Kept my promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I've figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Cry out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice... Dude, you are still bleeding out. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha ha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling... Mr. Shones. Yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. My organs are still in tatters, and I shall very soon perish. So again, I must ask you, will you take custody of Iris, because frankly she is too young to be on her own, even if she has a PhD. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man. Oh, later, Rafkin, thanks for sticking around while you could. And he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you? Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but, well, I have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? I'm sorry, I'm still a tad lightheaded. You see, blood is used to carry oxygen to the brain and other body parts, and, well, I have a shortage of blood, so I have a shortage of oxygen. Oh, and in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGildet, in fact. Ah, but of course I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. That's why I constantly bring it up. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some cubs like that bug trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking his matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are. Hurley, how long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff, but these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. I think I think Iris is the only person capable of puncturing his ego. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking a bog trot of stuff what was in the lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence. But diving ain't an offence, it's a job, isn't it? I I don't think you can put it on your tax returns, at least. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. It's a wonderful idea, Jenny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? She's stolen something from you, hasn't she? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. If she dies in the next few seconds, I'm not playing the other game. Like, if she dies as a result of the Reaper's curse in the exit cutscene, that's it for the game. Otto? Yes? Really? You're going to shoot me? Ah! What was that for? That was probably for having Iris blow her blood-revealing stuff onto her coat. Oh no, I mean... I don't know what to say, so you shot him. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. That's good advice, Jenny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pig purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? Should have shown it to Gina. Iris, she would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? It's going to be about the weather again, isn't it? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. How? Like, how would the rain... I get that the rains would have delayed her ship, but how would they have delayed her train? But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked so. I don't... The great detective does it again. How much money does he have? Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. Ah. So it's blackmail. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for, then? To London, Victoria. Is it a closing cutscene, or... Nope. Regular dialogue. April 18th, 5:32 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside. Okay, so the ship was delayed, but they caught a train to Dover to wave goodbye to Susie. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something. She got a bigger book.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. She's going to be found guilty for breaking and entering, attempted theft, and perjury. But we're hopeful that she'll get a light sentence on those. Maybe community service or something? That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing in law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san. Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat Flap-O-Mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then? Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door. It's captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon, though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. When I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. Trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. We were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. Or wouldn't know that. Oh, and the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowledge... if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato-san decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it's the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Oh, I've gone blurry. Thank you for the hydrate, Lostborn. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too. From my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. She said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Mr. Sholmes, please don't unencrypt the sounds. It's probably best to leave those as government secrets. Sogi... What? Oh, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was played on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha Pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. And might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes has made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? Second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize the name. Third is T. Greguson. Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? It's a hit list. And the last name? R. Naruhodo, perhaps? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Or is it S. Mikotoba? Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Last name is J. Wilson. Oh, that's not great. Iris's father, John Wilson, who died in Japan, who was specifically assassinated by someone who was then extradited by the British government. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the four names, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. Just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumei University. Well, we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh, but we will. Okay, bye, Miss Susato. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France, then we'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I hope to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Oh. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Barrier, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. I mean, you met once before that. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, somehow I felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato, my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. And we get a final cutscene.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Well, dang. Oh, we're not done. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 Objection! It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say... that is a callback to, the original trilogy. All of the games in the original trilogy end with Phoenix shouting objection. Hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. The money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. He's selling swag. He has found the riches of selling swag. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide them stakes themselves.
Well, I don't know, sir. His father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
I'm trying to pull out these accents from memory. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national. Oh no. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Yoichiro Ikeda and something else and blah blah blah. I'm not reading all the credits. I don't know why I started.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
Latest Rance magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it?
Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur.
How are you still a detective?
Her ladyship puts me to shame.
I don't think I'm blurry.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bully stairs every day has done wonders for the old leg. Managing rather well with housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I say. Hope the gossiping neighbours don't realise the man of the house is his own maid.
Morelli's back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better bobby now, looking out for Londoners that drop 8 pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, really? Oh, goodness. Also, I appreciate that these aren't still images that the credits are rolling over. It's just... like, the background is a still image, but the people are animated. Looks like I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so I ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets, please.
Give over, bro. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time here to plan the comeback of Milford and Skulkin's milk run, right? That's the three Muskowatses. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. Past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Oh. Is this how the rest of the credits are going to go? Oh. Well, it's a heck of a game. I enjoyed it. I get what people were saying in the reviews about it getting off to a slow start. It really feels like that shouldn't be the end of the game. But who knows how it's going to progress into the next portion. Obviously, as soon as this wraps up, we're gonna call the stream. I guess I could talk over it for a minute. So, obviously, we will be back on Friday. We're going to be picking up with a fresh Nuzlocke. I've been planning this one out for a minute. It's going to be in Pokemon Ultra Moon. I don't know that there's too much more to say about that, but we'll be picking up then. I'm not entirely certain how long it's going to take. Yeah, treat it as a surprise. I don't know why Lord Strongheart keeps T-posing. One of those guys is going to be Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? I wonder, will we see, like, the judge just standing? Also, is this giving us canonical heights for every character? At least by comparison to each other? Because that's kind of wild. I imagine the folks who write the wiki love this. Oh yeah, I wonder why we haven't passed Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure he's going to come up in a minute here. There he is. Van Zeeks. Gina, hi. Best character. Is she going to shoot us? Oh, come on now. Where's the judge? So yeah. We'll pick up Friday, more or less the usual time. Shake things up. I don't know when exactly we'll come back for the second game, but they didn't kill off Gina at the end of this one, so I do kind of have to come back eventually. And try and reprise accents. Oh my gosh, that's gonna go poorly. Alright. That is it. Alright, we got an achievement for finishing up the game. Well, for finishing up episode 5. And with that, I think we've done all we're going to. Obviously, the stream went long, but we really couldn't stop because the last, 2 hours of that were just wrapping up. Anyway, thanks everyone for being here. It's been a blast. We'll be back on Friday. Appreciate y'all. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you next time. Later, folks. Bye. Bye, last boy.